Hello, my friend. The world of magic, filled with legends and ancient tales, is opening its gates once again. Tonight, in the Gryffindor dormitory by the crackling fireplace, I will share another story with my friends. Join us, for the magic is about to come alive. Long after the fall of Voldemort, when the wizarding world had at last begun to stitch itself back together, there came a new kind of shadow. Not one that swept openly across the land, but one that whispered through the forgotten places, slipping quietly through cracks that peace had not yet sealed. The Ministry of Magic had changed. No longer the nest of denial and corruption it had once been, it now stood as a proud bastion of vigilance. Kingsley Shacklebolt, now Minister for Magic, had made good on his promise to rebuild trust. He had rooted out the last remnants of the old regime and installed new departments dedicated to uncovering magical threats long buried or ignored. One of these was a reformed section of the Department of Mysteries, where a team of unspeakables delved into dark artifacts from ages past. It was in this cold and silent wing, deep beneath the surface of the earth, that the Parchment was discovered. The unspeakable who found it was named Calla Wren. She was young, bright, and careful, traits uncommon in those who sought the company of ancient magic. The parchment had been sealed within a crystal orb hidden behind a wall of spell-trapped mirrors, forgotten since the days of the founders. It was yellowed, brittle, and utterly plain but for one disturbing detail. Names, written in a delicate, swirling hand, each name struck through by a single line. Except the last. Calla stared at it for a long time, her breath catching in her throat as she read the final name, clear and untouched by the ink that marked the others. Albus Dumbledore. But Dumbledore was already dead. Had been for many years. She reached out to touch the parchment, just a brush of fingers, and in that instant, the orb cracked. Magic, ancient and bitter, swept out like a breath exhaled after centuries. When her fellow unspeakables found her, Calla Wren lay on the stone floor, her eyes wide with terror, unblinking. Her lips moved soundlessly, and in her frozen hand, she still clutched the parchment. Kingsley acted quickly. He summoned Hermione Granger, now head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, and ordered the artifact sealed and removed. Rumors, as they always do, fluttered through the corridors like startled birds. Within a day, the story reached Harry Potter. He arrived at the Ministry that evening, cloak still dusty from training, and was led down into the lower levels by Hermione herself. She said little as they descended through the ancient lifts and winding staircases. Her face was drawn tight, her wand tucked close to her wrist. "It's not just a cursed object," she said quietly. "There's something about it, watching." They passed through wards layered so thickly that Harry could feel them pressing against his skin like invisible snow. The vault door creaked open to reveal the parchment, now encased in shimmering containment glass. Floating inside, the list shimmered faintly in the dim light. Harry stepped closer. The names were unfamiliar, save for one. Albus Dumbledore. A cold ripple passed down his spine. "Blatis," Harry began. "I know," Hermione said, her voice low. "But none of the names above his have lived beyond a week of appearing on the list. Calla Wren's name was second to last. She found it 4 days ago. And she hasn't moved since." Silence stretched between them. Harry turned toward her, his face set in that familiar way, half determination, half dread. So what is this? A prophecy? A curse? Hermione hesitated. We don't know, but the artifact predates Dumbledore himself by centuries. We think it was created during the time of the Founders, some sort of death-bending magic, possibly tied to name essence spells. Harry raised an eyebrow. Name essence? Ancient belief that a wizard's true name can bind their fate. It's mostly theoretical, but if the parchment works that way... She swallowed. Then Dumbledore's name appearing last could mean something worse than we understand. Harry looked back at the name, unmarked, glowing faintly. Dumbledore's already dead, he said. So how can he be in danger? At that, a new voice spoke from the doorway, quiet, aged, and threaded with a peculiar accent. Because death is not the end, Mr. Potter, said the old man, stepping into the chamber. When magic refuses to forget. He wore long gray robes, embroidered with symbols neither Harry nor Hermione recognized. His eyes were pale blue and milky, yet somehow still piercing. In one hand he held a wand so dark it was nearly black, and in the other a worn leather satchel. "Who are you?" Harry asked, wand half raised. "My name is Elric Vane," the old man replied with a slight bow. "Archivist of forbidden enchantments, retired. But for this, I was summoned." He stepped forward, peering at the parchment through the glass. "Ah, yes, the Parchment of Death. I had hoped it was only legend." Hermione narrowed her eyes. "You've heard of it?" Vane nodded solemnly. "Created by a coven of seers and deathbinders in the age of Salazar Slytherin. It does not name victims by time or chance. It names them by magical purpose. A name appears when its bearer becomes essential to the fate of the one who comes after." Harry's brow furrowed. "Then if Dumbledore's name is last, may not be the final victim," Vane finished grimly. "He may be the last key." Something cold stirred in the air. Harry stepped away from the parchment. What would it be a key to? Vane's pale eyes didn't leave the glass. A spell he never cast, a binding he never completed, magic that lies buried with him, or so we believed. A heavy silence filled the chamber, as though the stone walls themselves listened. Then Hermione spoke, firm and clear. "If someone is trying to use Dumbledore's legacy to finish what he didn't, we have to stop them." Elric Vane nodded slowly. "Indeed. But beware. Those who follow in the shadow of such magic are rarely what they seem." Harry stared again at the glowing name. Dumbledore. Even in death, the man left riddles behind. But now, the riddle wasn't for Harry to understand. It was for him to stop. And somewhere beyond the wards of the Ministry, in a place no Auror had searched in decades, a second parchment lay waiting in the dark. Name had just begun to form, letter by shimmering letter. Harry James Potter. The next morning dawned gray and damp, with rain streaking the windows of number 12 Grimmauld Place. Though the old house had long since been purged of most of its curses and cobwebs, it still creaked with the memory of secrets, and on this particular day, Harry could not shake the feeling that the shadows were watching. He stood in the drawing room, fastening his Auror robes with uncharacteristic care. Across the room, creatures shuffled in with a pot of tea, muttering about mad parchments and foolish unspeakables poking about where they shouldn't. Harry offered a half smile, but said nothing. His thoughts were elsewhere. Back in the vault, with the glowing parchment, the names inked in fate, and Dumbledore standing untouched at the bottom. By the fireplace, Hermione stirred her tea absently. She had arrived before sunrise, bags under her eyes and a sheaf of notes tucked under one arm. She had always coped with worry by drowning it in parchment and ink, but this was different. There was something brittle in her movements, something quietly unsettled. "I found something late last night," she said suddenly, laying a scroll out across the table. "It's a transcript of one of Dumbledore's private correspondences. Most of it's coded, but I think I deciphered enough. He mentions a spell, Custodiara Mortem. It's Latin for Guard of Death. Ever heard of it?" Harry shook his head. "No, but it sounds ominous." "It is," Hermione said quietly. "It's theorized to be a protective enchantment cast not on a person, but on a death itself, as if trying to keep something from dying permanently, or perhaps from ever truly resting." Harry frowned. "You think Dumbledore cast this spell?" Hermione hesitated, then nodded. "Or meant to. Elric Vane said he left something undone. Maybe this is it." A knock came at the door. When Harry opened it, he found Kingsley Shacklebolt standing there, his dark robes soaked with rain, and his expression more serious than Harry had seen in years. "Pack your wand and cloak, Potter," the minister said without preamble. "We found something, or rather, something found us." Within the hour, they stood on a windswept hilltop in Northumberland, facing a crumbled tower that looked as though it had been struck by lightning a dozen times over. Smoke curled lazily from the stones. Ministry investigators were swarming the site, but even from a distance, Harry could feel the hum of broken magic hanging in the air. "What happened here?" he asked, as the three of them approached the edge of the ruin. "An archive vault," Kingsley said, "an off-record one. Built by Grindelwald's followers during the war, later hidden. We didn't even know it existed until it was breached last night. The wards shattered from the inside." Hermione stepped over a scorched threshold. Her hand trembled slightly as she drew her wand. Inside, the ruins told a clear story. Rows of shelves reduced to ash, shattered containment charms, the lingering reek of dark enchantments. And at the center, blackened stone bore the sigil of a phoenix, half burnt, barely visible, but unmistakable. "That's the mark of the Order," Harry said, kneeling beside it. "No," Kingsley corrected, "it's not." "Look closer." Harry squinted at the sigil. Beneath the curve of the phoenix's wing was a second image, faint but visible. A serpent swallowing its own tail. Hermione gasped. "The Ouroboros, symbol of eternal rebirth. It's used in necromantic circles." "Whoever broke into this place," Kingsley said grimly, "they weren't just after knowledge. They wanted something buried. Something that belonged to both Grindelwald and Dumbledore." Harry's pulse quickened. "So they're trying to complete the same spell." Hermione stood still for a moment, her face pale. "Or they're trying to undo it." Before any of them could speak further, a low rhythmic sound began to echo through the ruins, like the beat of distant drums. The wind picked up, whistling through the broken stones, and with it came a voice, soft and sibilant. "Too late, too late. He is already stirring." Good. Wands snapped up in unison. The sound came from the shadows along the far wall. Then, with a gust of icy wind, the form of a figure emerged. A ragged silhouette, cloaked in tattered robes, its face veiled beneath layers of filth and charred tattered cloth. I know that voice, Harry whispered. That's Orwin Kane, Hermione said, her eyes widening. She vanished 20 years ago, thought to be dead. She was a Death Eater researcher, obsessed with time magic and death words. Kane stepped forward, and the words flared in warning, but she merely raised a withered hand. Do not fight me. I am already dying. It is not your death I seek. Then what do you want? Harry asked. Kane's head tilted, and her voice rasped like wind scraping stone. The name on the parchment. He is not dead, not truly. He waits, beneath the flame, beneath the stone. Hermione's brow furrowed. Beneath what flame? But Kane was no longer listening. She stumbled, clutching at her chest, and a thin trail of smoke began to seep from her robes. The last spell must not be cast, she whispered. It binds more than it saves. And then, with a cry like breaking glass, she burst into ash and vanished, as though consumed from within. Silence fell over the ruin. Harry stood still, heart pounding, eyes fixed on the spot where the woman had stood. Did she say, "He waits"? Yes, Hermione said softly. She did. Kingsley turned to them both, eyes grim. There's only one place she could mean. Harry looked at him sharply. Where? Kingsley met his gaze. Hogwarts. The Hogwarts Express had not run that summer. It had been undergoing restoration, the old red engines stripped and repainted, its carriages polished and re-enchanted for safety. But now, in the shadow of the rising threat, the Ministry had commandeered the train, and by special arrangement it carried only 3 passengers. Harry stood at the frontmost compartment, the countryside flickering past in blurs of green and gold. He had not seen the castle in months. His last visit had been quiet, solemn, part of a memorial for those lost in the Second War. But now, the thought of returning stirred something deep and unsettled. Not nostalgia. Something closer to fear. Hermione sat across from him, still leafing through fragments of Dumbledore's old letters. They had been recovered from the rebuilt headmaster's office after the battle, and most had been locked in magically sealed drawers. Now, under Ministry order, the protective enchantments had been lifted. Though some of the writing had faded, one phrase had appeared again and again across several pages. The flame below. Elric Vane, seated beside Hermione with his knees drawn close like a stiff old bird, glanced up from the charmed compass he had been holding. The device whirred and spun with a strange, erratic pulse every time they passed a patch of forest. "Is responding," he muttered, eyes fixed to the needle. "We're drawing nearer." The enchantment beneath Hogwarts was never fully unwound. Dumbledore buried something in the foundations, something vast. Harry leaned closer. "A spell? Not just a spell," Vane said, his voice distant. "A construct of magic, a containment vault, possibly older than Dumbledore, though I believe he shaped it further. There are records suggesting the founders built a sanctum beneath the school, accessible only by certain keys and guarded by enchantments that not even Grindelwald dared challenge." Hermione frowned. "So Dumbledore used this place. What, to hide the Custodium Mortem spell?" "To hold it," Vane replied. "Or to keep it from being completed. There's a distinction." The train slowed, screeching slightly as it rolled into the small, overgrown station just past Hogsmeade. There were no waiting students or caretakers this time, only 2 Aurors and a silent thestral-drawn carriage waiting beyond the gates. Hogwarts loomed ahead, majestic and timeless. The turrets shone beneath the overcast sky, and the lake glimmered with ripples of wind. Yet there was a chill in the air, not just from the season, but from something older, something watching. As they crossed the threshold of the castle, the wards shimmered in welcome and tension both. Professors gathered quickly. Neville Longbottom, now the herbology master, greeted them at the front steps with furrowed brows and a quick embrace. Behind him stood Professor Chang, head of defense against the dark arts, her dark eyes sharp with concern. "Headmistress McGonagall is expecting you," Neville said, leading them inside. "But there's something else. We've had disturbances in the lower levels, cold spots, whispers. The paintings have gone quiet in the west corridor. Peeves won't even float near the dungeons anymore." "Something is waking," said Vane, running a finger along the stonework as they walked. "The school feels it. Magic like this doesn't slumber peacefully." McGonagall received them in her office with the same commanding presence she had always possessed, though her hair had gone nearly silver and her expression carried more weight than in years past. "I had hoped never to see this parchment again," she said once they had explained. "Albus mentioned it to me only once, long ago. He said it was the kind of magic that made even the wise lose their footing. He feared it more than he feared Tom Riddle." She gestured to a heavy drawer in her desk and opened it with a whispered incantation. From within, wrapped in ancient silk, she withdrew a small box of obsidian sealed with runes. "I was instructed to give you this, Harry," she said, placing it carefully on the desk. "Albus left it with me the night before he left for the tower with Draco and Severus. He said I would know when the time had come." Harry reached out slowly and opened the box. Inside lay a ring, not the resurrection stone. He had left that deep in the Forbidden Forest, but another piece of ancient craftsmanship, carved with phoenix feathers in gold and lapis, its band etched with runes that shimmered faintly even now. Bane inhaled sharply. A binding ring, rare beyond measure, designed to lock a person's essence into a specific magical location. A part of Dumbledore may still be here, not in body, in memory, in soul echo. Harry looked up at McGonagall. "He left this for me, to find what he hid." She nodded. "You must go below." The next hours were spent preparing. Hermione scoured the castle archives while Vane deciphered the runes on the ring. With Neville's help, Harry gathered the magical tools they might need, severing charms, flame wards, memory restoration drops. By sundown, they stood before the entrance to the lower catacombs, behind the statue of a faceless knight on the third dungeon level. McGonagall herself cast the unlocking spell, one only known to former headmasters. The wall slid aside, revealing a narrow stairwell descending into flickering torchlight. The air that rose to meet them was old and dry, heavy with magic. "This was carved long before the school," Vane murmured. "The founders built atop older stones. Beneath them lies the sanctum." Step by step they descended. It was quiet. Too quiet. Their footfalls echoed faintly, and the torches dimmed behind them as if reluctant to light the path ahead. Stone gave way to smoother corridors, arched with intricate designs, animals in motion, alchemical symbols, stars aligning in lost constellations. Hermione ran a hand over the wall. These were carved with intent. They map something. "A ritual," Vane said, "one that draws magic into a single point, a nexus." After nearly 20 minutes of descent, they reached a chamber shaped like a great dome. The walls were inscribed with names, hundreds, thousands, spiraling inward toward the center. Some shimmered faintly, others were gone entirely, and in the middle of the room, resting atop a stone pedestal, lay a second parchment. Harry approached slowly, wand drawn. The parchment shimmered as he neared. A name glowed faintly on the last line, but it was incomplete, the ink wavering as though struggling to decide its form. Then, with a sudden final stroke, the letters burned into clarity. Harry James Potter. The silence deepened. Vane stepped beside him, his voice a whisper. It has chosen the final bearer, the key to unlocking the flame. Hermione drew back sharply. But if Harry is named, then it has begun, Vane said. The last enchantment has started to unravel. Above them, a tremor passed through the stone. Far above, in the walls of the castle, every candle flickered. In the great hall, the ceiling turned black, and deep beneath the ground, in the Chamber of Names, the ancient spell stirred once more. The chamber seemed to grow colder as the ink dried on the parchment. Though no wind stirred the air, Harry felt the hair on the back of his neck rise. He stared at his name, the last on the list, glowing faintly on the worn parchment as if it had been waiting, biding its time through centuries of silence until at last it had something to say. He reached toward it, but Vane's hand caught his wrist in a firm grip. "Do not touch it," the old archivist warned, his voice low and urgent. "To do so now would bind you fully to the final act. This is no longer a passive enchantment. It is choosing, responding to a living force. If you touch it, it may begin the completion of what Dumbledore left undone." Hermione was already at the edge of the pedestal, her wand sweeping the air in slow arcs, casting detection charms and deciphering enchantments, as if translating an ancient language. Runes floated upward in gold threads before her eyes, swirling in slow, deliberate patterns. She frowned, muttering something under her breath, and then turned to them, her voice taut with unease. "This entire chamber is a containment ring, not just for the spell, but for something else. Something imprisoned, sealed inside the magic. The names, they're part of it. Each name fuels the binding, like a bead strung on a chain. When the last name is added, the chain is complete." "And what happens then?" Harry asked. Hermione shook her head. "I don't know, but it's not a simple death curse. This is deeper. It's foundational magic. It may not kill you at all. It may try to make you part of the binding itself." Vane's gaze never left the parchment. "There are stories," he said quietly, "of wizards becoming part of enchantments so powerful they no longer existed as people, only as memory, as guardians of spells they once cast. That may be the purpose of this parchment, not to end lives, but to preserve something terrible through those names." Harry stepped back from the pedestal, his fingers clenched tightly around his wand. The idea of being turned into some magical relic, trapped forever in stone or flame, doomed to guard a secret he didn't understand, made his skin crawl. They explored the chamber with care, walking the spiral path of names inscribed in the stone floor, all the while trying to make sense of what the spell required. At the northern curve of the dome, beneath a faded carving of a phoenix in flight, they discovered a door, round and sealed with magic far older than the school itself. Hermione paused, studying the carvings, then gasped as recognition dawned. "This is it," she whispered. "The flame below. This door leads to it." The seal bore an inscription in Old Tongue, but the magic etched behind it pulsed with warmth. It was not fire, not heat, but the suggestion of flame, like the moment before a match is struck. Elric Vane traced the letters with a cautious fingertip and nodded to himself. Dumbledore never destroyed the spell. He sealed it here, buried beneath Hogwarts, locked away beneath the knowledge of death and the power of names. It is not complete because he never allowed it to be. But now that the parchment has chosen you, Potter, it seeks to finish. Hermione looked around the chamber, her mind racing. Then we need to do the opposite. We need to unmake the spell, break the chain. Harry met her eyes. And how do we do that? She hesitated. There may be a counter-ritual, if we can find the origin. The first name, the one that began the chain, we might be able to reverse it. Vane's brow furrowed deeply. That would require knowing who the parchment named first. And if that name has already been erased or destroyed, the link may be irretrievable. But Hermione was already kneeling at the far side of the pedestal, her wand tracing ancient ink patterns into the stone. After a long silence, she said, "There's a residue beneath the names, like an echo. The first few names have faded, but they left magical impressions. I might be able to restore them, not permanently, but enough to read." Vane gave a slow nod. "Be careful. Even echoes of names can carry weight." She murmured a soft incantation, her wand drawing patterns in the air, and golden light shimmered faintly above the surface of the parchment. Slowly, ghostly letters began to emerge, fragile and shifting, like breath on cold glass. The first name wavered into view. Ignotus Arcathane. Harry blinked. He had never heard the name before, but it carried a strange sense of gravity, as though spoken across time. Hermione gasped softly. "That name, it's in the restricted texts." He was one of the last known spellwrights during the Age of Founders, a practitioner of soulcraft and temporal anchors. He vanished centuries ago. Vane's eyes narrowed. No, he did not vanish. He became the spell. Before they could react, the flame behind the door stirred to life. A low pulse spread through the chamber, like a heartbeat buried in the walls. The names along the floor glowed dimly, then flared once, all at once, before fading again. Harry stumbled back, steadying himself. "It's reacting. It knows we're trying to break it." Hermione stood quickly, clutching her notes. "We need to find Arcathane's relics, anything he left behind. There may be an artifact that anchors him to the parchment. If we can destroy it, the chain might collapse." Vane looked grim. There is only one place that would hold such an artifact now. The old reliquary beneath the Forbidden Forest. It was sealed after the war, but not destroyed. Hermione looked up sharply. "You mean the Vault of Echoes? That place is cursed. Even the centaurs won't go near it." Harry nodded slowly, determination rising like fire in his chest. "Then, that's where we go." Outside the chamber, the castle groaned softly, as if something far below had begun to stir. Dust drifted from the ceiling. Torches along the corridor guttered out. And far away, at the edge of the forest, something ancient opened its eyes for the first time in 1,000 years. The path to the Vault of Echoes began beyond the shadow of the greenhouses, where the boundary of the Forbidden Forest crept up close to the castle's lower gardens. In the days of Harry's youth, there had always been a thrill to crossing that threshold, a blend of fear and daring. The feeling of stepping into a place that pulsed with ancient life and hidden danger. But now, as the three of them passed beneath the mossy arch of twisted boughs, there was no thrill. The forest did not feel merely forbidden. It felt wrong. The light dimmed quickly beneath the canopy, and the air turned damp and heavy. Though it was not cold, Harry found himself pulling his cloak tighter around him. The trees here had grown older and denser than he remembered. Their trunks gnarled like clenched fists, and their leaves hung in still, whisperless silence. No birdsong greeted them, no rustling of creatures in the underbrush. Even the centaur paths lay undisturbed, as though nothing had dared to tread them for many days. Vane walked a few paces ahead, his steps measured and sure despite the uneven ground. He carried with him a relic of his own, a map woven into a piece of stiffened vellum, enchanted to glow with proximity to old magical vaults. He muttered spells under his breath as they passed between roots as wide as staircases, his wand flicking patterns into the air that shimmered and vanished. The further they went, the more tense his face became. "The forest has changed," he murmured at last. "The wards that once guarded this place have shifted. They are not gone, but something has moved through them, something powerful and very old. It has disturbed the enchantments." Hermione paused by a leaning oak, her wand tracing along the bark. "Residual magic," she whispered. "Dark magic. The same trace we felt in the ruins of the Archive." Harry turned quickly, scanning the trees behind them. "Then we're being followed?" Vane shook his head. "No. But something knows we're here." They pressed on, deeper into the heart of the woods. After another half hour, the ground began to descend, and the roots of the trees grew tangled like coiled snakes. Here, the air felt thicker, harder to breathe, and a faint humming sound seemed to rise from the earth itself. At last they reached the edge of a low ravine, where a wide stone door, half buried in ivy and lichen, jutted from the slope of a hill like the jaw of some buried beast. This was the Vault of Echoes? No one spoke as they approached. The air felt different here, charged and brittle, as if a storm hovered just beyond sight. The door bore no lock, only a series of runes that pulsed faintly with silvery light. Hermione examined them quickly and cast a revealing charm, and the stone responded with a low rumble that echoed through the ground beneath their feet. "Step carefully," she warned. "The vault reacts to sound. That's why it was given its name. Any disturbance might awaken the guardians left behind." Harry looked to Vane. "What kind of guardians?" The old man gave a tight smile. "The kind that do not sleep and cannot be reasoned with." The door opened slowly, dust hissing from the seams as it slid inward. A narrow passage led down into darkness, lit only by the pale glow of Hermione's wand. They entered one by one, the air growing colder with every step. The walls were covered in faded murals, images of faceless wizards binding light into crystal, of shadows leaping from flame, and a great circle of figures pouring blood into a basin shaped like a tear. At the bottom of the stairs, they reached a chamber unlike any they had seen before. The walls were smooth, reflective, not like stone but more like glass, and the floor was etched with a perfect spiral. At its center stood a pedestal, upon which rested a box, iron-bound, ancient, and humming with restrained magic. "This is it," Vane said, his voice barely more than a whisper. "Arcathane's anchor, the artifact that holds his essence to the parchment. Destroying it may break the chain." Hermione stepped forward slowly, casting barrier spells and protective charms, layers upon layers woven into a sphere of light. Harry followed, wand raised, eyes scanning every corner of the chamber. But as they neared the pedestal, the air began to tremble. A voice rang out, deep and hollow, not spoken but remembered. A voice that seemed to echo from inside their own thoughts. "This vault is not yours." The shadows along the walls stirred, stretching upward, forming the shapes of tall figures draped in robes that writhed like smoke. Their faces were hidden, but their eyes, if they had eyes, glowed faintly with a sickly green hue. They did not move, but the tension in the room turned to ice. Harry moved quickly. "We've come to end the spell. Arcathane's binding must be broken." The voice answered again, this time from within the box itself. "The spell is me. I am the flame that endures. Break the chain, and the fire escapes its forge. Would you loose what Dumbledore died to contain?" Hermione's voice was sharp. "And if we don't, it will consume Harry. He's the last name, the final key." The box shimmered, and a shape began to form above it. An echo of a man in tattered robes, eyes burning with ancient fire, hair caught in an endless breeze. His face bore no warmth, only wisdom and regret. "I am Arcathane, once a maker of spells, now a spell made flesh. Dumbledore found me and pitied me. He chose not to destroy me, but to seal me within a prison of names. And so I endured, until the chain was almost complete." Harry stepped forward, heart thundering. "Then help us stop it. Let me end this without unleashing whatever's hidden beneath the school." Arcathane looked at him, and for the first time his burning eyes dimmed. "You would give your name freely, knowing it would bind you?" "I would give anything," Harry said, voice steady, "if it means protecting those I love." The spell phantom regarded him in silence. Then, slowly, he raised his hand and pointed to the box. "Then take what remains of me and break it. Let the chain end with you. But beware, what has been bound for 1,000 years does not vanish. It waits. It remembers." Hermione lifted the box with trembling hands and set it gently on the floor. She looked to Harry, then to Vane, who gave a solemn nod. Together they cast the severing spell. Light burst from the box in every direction. The vault shook, and the spiral etched into the floor shattered like glass. The guardians let out a whispering cry, then vanished into smoke. Arcathane's figure wavered, his body turning to ash in the wind. As he faded, he whispered a final word that none of them could understand. And just like that, the vault was silent. Harry stood still, breathing heavily, the echo of power still lingering in his bones. He looked at Hermione. "Do you think it's over?" But she only stared at the place where the box had been. "Now," she said quietly, "I think this was just the keyhole." Far above, beneath the foundation of Hogwarts, the sealed door began to glow with a deep, pulsing light. The flame below had been stirred. The ascent from the Vault of Echoes was more harrowing than their descent had ever been. Though the shadows no longer stirred and the guardians had vanished, the very stone around them seemed to groan in protest, as if the forest itself sensed what had been disturbed. With every step up the narrow staircase, the oppressive weight in the air grew heavier. No one spoke. Even Hermione, usually quick to whisper theories aloud, remained silent, her face pale and drawn beneath the glow of her wand. When they finally emerged from the mouth of the hill, night had already descended. The forest had turned to silhouettes, dark limbs clawing at the starlit sky. And above the trees, far in the distance, the towers of Hogwarts glimmered faintly against the night, their windows aglow with candlelight. But something had changed. Where once the light had flickered gently, it now pulsed steadily, rhythmically, as though the castle itself had taken up a breath. Harry turned toward the source of that flickering and narrowed his eyes. From the highest spire of the astronomy tower, a beacon now burned, a column of golden fire that rose into the sky, illuminating the clouds with an eerie shimmer. He had seen that light only once before, years ago, when Dumbledore had placed a binding over the Room of Requirement to protect the last of the Horcrux hunting records. It was a flame of containment, and its resurgence now could only mean one thing. The seal is weakening, Vane said quietly, his cloak rustling as he stepped beside Harry. What we did, what we destroyed, was a tether, a part of Arcathane's soul that kept the flame locked behind the spell. With that gone, the fire is unbound. Hermione shook her head, stepping away from the tree line. No, it's still contained, but the balance has shifted. Without Arcathane's soul to absorb the enchantment, the pressure has nowhere to go. It will seek another anchor. She didn't need to say it aloud. All three of them knew who that anchor would be. They returned to the castle at a run, though the corridors were empty and the staircases eerily still. Most of the students had been sent home days earlier under the pretense of late-season repairs to the East Wing, and only a handful of staff remained. But the silence was unnatural. Paintings along the walls hung motionless in their frames, their subjects hiding just beyond view. Even the ghosts, so often drifting through the halls at odd hours, were nowhere to be seen. At the entrance to the headmistress's office, they were met by Neville, wand in hand, face pale and slick with sweat. "I felt it," he said without preamble. Something stirred beneath the castle. A pulse of magic like a heartbeat. The suits of armor on the 5th floor began walking on their own. The enchanted ceiling in the Great Hall is stuck on storm clouds. Whatever it is, it's spreading. Harry nodded grimly. "We need to speak to McGonagall. Now." But as they approached the spiral staircase that led to the office above, the stone beneath their feet trembled slightly. Not enough to knock them off balance, but enough to feel like distant thunder rolling through the earth. A low, rhythmic hum began to echo through the walls, a sound that seemed to come not from the castle itself, but from beneath it, deeper even than the Chamber of Names. The headmistress was waiting at the top of the staircase, her expression severe, lips pressed into a line so thin they were almost invisible. "You saw the flame," she said, not as a question. Hermione stepped forward, producing the fractured remnants of Arcathane's box. "We broke the tether. Arcathane gave us his blessing, but the enchantment beneath the school is still active. The chain is failing." McGonagall studied the remnants in silence for a long moment, then walked slowly to her desk, where a large, dusty tome sat open. She turned it toward them, revealing an illustration drawn in fine ink. An enormous spell-sickle etched into stone, surrounded by names and symbols that curved in long, elegant spirals. "This was recorded by one of the early headmasters," she said, tapping the page with her wand. "A hidden sanctum beneath the castle, far below even the foundations of the Chamber of Secrets. It was built before the 4 founders laid their stones, a cavern known only in whispers as the Hollow Flame." Hermione's brow creased. That's the same phrase Arcathane used. He said the fire would escape its forge." McGonagall nodded. "And now it is. The Hollow Flame is a living enchantment, created to house a fragment of a deeper magic, one that was never meant to awaken. Dumbledore discovered it decades ago. He tried to reinforce the bindings with the Parchment of Death, using the essence of powerful souls to keep the seal intact. But when he died, the spell began to weaken." Harry stepped closer to the desk, scanning the diagram. "And now I'm the last name on the list. The spell needs another soul to contain it. Vane's voice was low and careful. "Or it will burn through the foundations of Hogwarts and release itself into the world." The chamber fell silent. Hermione was the first to speak again. "There has to be another way, another enchantment, a counter seal, something that doesn't involve sacrificing anyone." McGonagall closed the book with a gentle thud. "There might be. Albus kept notes, journals, even unfinished spellcraft stored in the Room of Requirement. If we're to find a solution, it will be there." Harry met her eyes. "Then we go, now." They moved quickly through the castle, Vane muttering spells to slow the shifting of the staircases, Neville leading them down through the tapestry corridors where few students ever wandered. As they neared the hidden door behind the portrait of Barnabas the Barmy, Harry slowed and closed his eyes. "I needed to become the room Dumbledore used," he whispered, pacing thrice before the wall. "The place he stored his work, his secrets, the way to stop this." The stone shimmered and vanished, revealing a high-arched chamber filled with glowing shelves, stacks of books, and strange silver instruments that hovered in mid-air. The Room of Requirement had heard him. Inside, the room pulsed with residual power. Along the far wall stood a stone table carved with phoenixes, and upon it, spread wide, was an unfinished spell. A parchment scrawled in Dumbledore's elegant hand, marked with crossings out, notes in the margins, and one word written again and again along the borders: "Sacrifice." Hermione moved to the table, scanning the pages, eyes wide with realization. He was creating an alternate seal, one that wouldn't require death, but it was never finished. He lacked something, some final piece. Vane leaned over her shoulder, his breath shallow. Not something. Someone. A final name to match the first. Arcathane and his opposite. That was the design, but he never found the right counterpart. Harry stepped forward, his voice quiet but unwavering. "Then I'll be that counterpart. Whatever the spell needs, I'll do it." "I'm already named." Hermione turned sharply. "Harry?" "No. We don't even know what the consequences are. It could trap you forever. It could destroy everything you are." He looked at her, eyes calm, steady. "I made a promise once, to protect this school, to protect our world. That hasn't changed." The room darkened. A sound began to rise beneath their feet. Not thunder this time, but a low chant, not spoken, but remembered by the very stones of the castle. The hollow flame was awakening, and it was calling his name. The descent into the hollow flame began at midnight, for it was at midnight that the ancient spell below the castle was strongest. The castle's magic, long attuned to the waxing and waning of celestial power, pulsed in harmony with the stars above. As the moon rose, veiled by clouds and faint mist, the air within the castle thickened, not with warmth or cold, but with a pressure that seemed to come from the very walls themselves, as though the stone held its breath. Harry stood at the edge of the antechamber, dressed not in his auror robes, but in robes left behind by Dumbledore himself. Simple, deep blue and trimmed with silver. He had not asked for them, but the Room of Requirement had offered them without prompting, and he had taken them without a word. There was something in the fabric, some faint scent of lemon drops and ashes, some whisper of the past that wrapped around him like memory. He felt strangely calm. Beside him, Hermione checked and rechecked her wand work. She had woven 3 layers of protection charms around them all, including a newly translated sealing glyph she had taken from Dumbledore's unfinished work. It glittered now along the inside of her sleeve, fragile as lace but powerful as steel. Elric Vane stood to her left, muttering incantations in a forgotten dialect, binding small pieces of silver and stone into an amulet he would bury at the threshold of the chamber. Neville had remained behind, tasked with keeping the upper castle secure, though Harry suspected it was McGonagall's way of sparing him the risk. The door to the hollow flame was no longer sealed. It stood ajar, a thin sliver of light glowing from within, neither gold nor red, but a strange flickering silver white, as if fire had forgotten its color. The air that issued from it was dry and sweet, not burning but rich with the scent of old parchment and candle wax, of forgotten libraries and unused magic. It was not a scent that frightened them, but it unsettled all the same. It smelled like waiting. "This will take us far below," Vane said softly, his eyes on the light. "There are places under Hogwarts that predate wand work, where magic was cast not with words, but with will, with blood, with the soul's weight. Be wary. Here names have power, and yours is already written." They stepped through the door together. The corridor beyond sloped steeply downward. It was smooth and dry, the walls carved from a pale marble-like stone that shimmered faintly beneath the light of their wands. There were no torches, no sconces, yet their path remained lit. Every few paces a rune would flicker to life beneath their feet, some simple, others so complex they seemed to ripple through the stone itself before vanishing behind them. The air grew warmer, but not uncomfortably so. It was the warmth of a hearth that had not yet been kindled. After a long silence, Hermione spoke, her voice low and steady. "Dumbledore wrote that this place is not just a prison. It's a memory of magic, an echo of how wizards once lived, when magic itself was still young. He feared it, but he also believed it could be healed. He thought that if the last name on the parchment could understand the spell, not just break it or contain it, but understand it, then it might be resolved without loss." Harry glanced sideways. "What do you think?" She hesitated, her hand brushing along a faint carving in the wall. "I think he was the only person who truly believed in that kind of redemption." They continued on. Eventually the corridor opened into a vast chamber. It was unlike anything they had ever seen within Hogwarts. The hollow flame lay at its heart, not a fire in the traditional sense, but a column of swirling light rising from a basin carved into the floor. Around the basin stood 12 stone pillars, each etched with names. Dozens of them, perhaps hundreds, written in a slow spiral from base to crown. Some glowed faintly, others remained dark. At the center of the room, just beyond the flame, floated a single parchment, suspended in midair. It was the twin of the one found in the Department of Mysteries. And on it, a name pulsed with steady light: Harry James Potter. The flame pulsed in time with it. Hermione stopped short, eyes wide with awe. "It's alive! The spell? It's become self-aware." Vane stepped carefully toward the nearest pillar, eyes narrowing. These names were bound into the containment, souls used as keystones, not sacrificed, not destroyed, but woven into the structure of the seal. Arcathane, Dumbledore, Calla-Ren, and now Potter. Harry didn't move. He stared at the flame, at the parchment, at the rhythm of it all. It reminded him of something. His first year, standing before the mirror of Erised, when Dumbledore had spoken of the danger of dwelling too long on dreams. But this was no dream. This was magic, ancient and raw, asking him to choose what came next. "I feel it," he said quietly. "It wants me to complete the chain." Hermione stepped forward, voice urgent. "Then don't. We're here to break it. But what if that's the only way?" Harry looked at her, eyes searching. What if the spell collapses without it and releases whatever's trapped below? Vane's voice was grave. If the hollow flame is unbound, without a soul to steady it, it may seek a vessel, and it will burn. It does not know mercy. Hermione shook her head. There's another way. Dumbledore thought understanding would be enough. That if the final name could see the whole pattern, see the spell as it was meant to be, then the flame might choose to end itself. Harry turned back to the parchment. And how do I do that? She swallowed. You must step into the flame. He didn't speak. The light reflected in his eyes now, not golden or red, but white gold, pure and flickering like moonlight on snow. It was cold magic, clear magic, older than any he had touched before. He remembered the words Arcathane had spoken, the warning that still echoed in his bones. The spell is me. He took a breath, stepped forward, and crossed into the ring of stone. The light engulfed him. There was no heat, no pain, only memory. He was not standing anymore. He was moving. Through scenes he did not recognize, through times long gone. He saw the founding of the seal, the spellwrights casting light and shadow in equal parts, their faces veiled by hoods and runes. He saw Dumbledore, younger than he had ever known him, hands outstretched over the basin of flame, tears on his cheeks. He saw Calla Wren reading the parchment in awe, and Arcathane fading into ash, smiling as though freed. He saw himself, not as he was, but as he had become. A man shaped by war, by loss, by love, and in that moment the spell saw him too, not as a name, but as a choice. A voice echoed in his thoughts, not words but meaning. Will you hold the fire or end it? Harry closed his eyes. I will end it. The light flared, and the hollow flame began to die. At first, there was silence. Then the flame, which moments ago had towered with quiet majesty, began to waver. Its one steady column flickered as though caught in a breath of wind, and its color, white and shimmering, faded to a soft silver mist. The basin beneath it no longer held light, but instead a stillness so profound it seemed to echo. All across the chamber, the pillars that bore the names of the bound began to glow faintly, and one by one, the names written in delicate script lifted from the stone, rose into the air, and dissolved without a sound. Harry stood motionless, his robes gently stirring in the soft current of magic that now swirled around him. He was not burned, he was not harmed, but something had changed. The light had entered him, passed through him like a breath drawn by the earth itself. He had seen the spell, not as parchment or fire or prison, but as a choice, woven over centuries by those who believed fear could guard what love could not. He had answered it, and the spell had listened. Behind him, Hermione stepped forward cautiously, her eyes fixed on Harry. Are you all right? She asked, her voice low, almost afraid to disturb the calm that had settled over the chamber. Harry nodded slowly, still gazing at the mist that had replaced the flame. I think it's over. I didn't bind it. I didn't try to contain it. I just told it no. I told it to let go. Vane moved past Hermione, his expression unreadable. He stood at the edge of the basin and peered into the mist which now began to drift upward, rising through cracks in the chamber's dome and vanishing into the unseen sky far above. That was no ordinary enchantment, he murmured. It had learned to think, to feel. It might have continued forever, seeking name after name, soul after soul, but you showed it something different. He turned to face Harry. You reminded it what magic is meant to be. Hermione walked around the pedestal where the parchment had floated, but now the air above it was empty. There was no paper, no ink, no final name. The parchment of death is gone, she said. It's not hiding, it's not sealed, it's just gone. Harry let out a slow breath. Then we did it. Vane shook his head. No, you did it. But the words brought Harry no pride. He turned to the now silent pillars and studied the empty stone. I only gave it a choice. I couldn't force it. Dumbledore tried to bind it. Arcathane tried to become it. But neither of them gave it what it wanted most, to be understood. Hermione touched one of the pillars, her fingers running across the smooth surface. And now that it's free, what becomes of it? Vane paused before answering. Magic like that never truly disappears. It changes. It finds a new shape, a new path. But I do not believe it will seek vengeance, not after this. The chamber itself began to change. The walls, once pulsing with the energy of the spell, faded to ordinary stone. The great dome above them shimmered and slowly crumbled into darkness, not with ruin, but with peace, as if the very foundations of the spell were being unwoven gently, thread by thread. A breeze stirred from somewhere above, and the last of the silver mist was drawn away, taking with it the echo of the flame. They began the long ascent back through the corridor, which no longer shimmered or whispered beneath their steps. The runes on the walls had gone dark. The air felt clean and light, and with every step they took, it became easier to breathe. When at last they emerged into the lower corridors of Hogwarts, the castle felt different. The walls no longer groaned, the torches burned steadily, and the portraits along the corridors were awake once more, whispering excitedly amongst themselves. Even Peeves floated by with a puzzled look on his face, as if unsure whether he ought to be causing mischief or offering congratulations. At the headmistress's office, McGonagall was waiting, her hands folded tightly before her and her eyes sharp with questions. Harry didn't need to explain. One look at his face and she nodded. "It is done," she said quietly. Harry hesitated. The spell is broken. The hollow flame is gone. But it's more than that. The parchment, the chamber, the whole binding. It's like it never existed. It chose to end itself. McGonagall closed her eyes for a moment, then opened them and stepped forward, placing a hand gently on his shoulder. And Dumbledore's final spell, the last piece of his unfinished work, found its ending at last. Hermione sat heavily in one of the armchairs near the fireplace. I keep thinking about the names, all those people bound into the spell. Do you think they're free now? Yes, said Vane from behind her. Their names are no longer part of a chain. They are memories again, nothing more, nothing less. A silence fell in the room, one not of fear or sadness, but of quiet reflection. That night, as the castle settled into sleep, Harry stood once more beneath the stars, looking out across the dark sweep of the Forbidden Forest. The flame in the astronomy tower had vanished. No light burned there now. Only the stars remained, and the gentle hush of wind among the towers. He thought of Dumbledore, of the parchment, of the spell that had once whispered death across centuries. He thought of Arcathane, and of Calla-Ren, and of all the others who had given something of themselves, in hopes of guarding what could not be guarded. And in that moment, he understood. Not all protection came from power. Some came from letting go. The following morning broke with pale light and soft mist, casting a silver sheen across the grounds of Hogwarts. The lake lay still, mirroring the cloudy sky, and the trees of the forbidden forest stood solemn and quiet, as though bowing their ancient heads in recognition of something newly past. Within the castle, the corridors stirred once more with gentle noise, house elves polishing banisters, distant owl hoots from the towers, and the occasional sleepy murmur of portraits exchanging cautious optimism. The castle itself seemed lighter, no longer shadowed by the strain of holding back a magic that had long outgrown its bounds. Harry stood in the great hall, which was nearly empty, save for a few professors and staff members seated at the high table. The enchanted ceiling above showed the soft drift of morning clouds, and the long tables, usually filled with students, were quiet. The house banners hung unmoving in the still air. There was peace, and yet beneath that peace ran a quiet current of something else. Questions, unspoken thoughts, and the slow unwinding of all that had come to pass. Hermione sat across from him, her hands wrapped around a steaming mug of tea. Her hair was pulled back hastily, her eyes shadowed with exhaustion, but her mind was already at work, flipping through half a dozen old parchments she had retrieved from the room of requirement before it had sealed itself once more. She glanced up as Harry took his seat beside her. "They'll want answers," she said softly. "The Ministry, the Department of Mysteries, about what happened, about why the parchment is gone. They'll have to settle for what we can give," Harry replied. "Most of the spell was older than anything they keep records on. Vane said even the Unspeakables have only scraps of what Arcathane knew. I doubt the full truth will fit into any report." Maherney frowned thoughtfully. The hollow flame was a binding spell wrapped around a concept no one dared to touch. Death itself, tamed and threaded into names. The parchment was just the visible part of it, but the spell behind it, that was living magic. No Ministry document will capture what it meant to unbind that. Before Harry could answer, Elric Vane entered the hall, his footsteps soft despite the long cloak trailing behind him. He looked different now, not in form but in bearing. There was a quietness to him, as though the strain of years spent studying and fearing the parchment of death had finally slipped from his shoulders. He approached with his usual slow grace and gave a small bow. "The spell is unmade," he said simply, "but its story remains. There will be those who search for it again, in time. Not the parchment, not the flame, but the power it offered. The promise of controlling death, of choosing who lives and who dies." Harry nodded. "Then we'll stop them. If not us, then those who come after. The parchment ended with me. That's all the power I need." Vane smiled faintly. Spoken like one who understands the true price of magic. Later that day, McGonagall summoned them to the headmistress's office for one final meeting. She stood by the wide window overlooking the grounds, the mountains rising faint and gray beyond the lake. Her desk, usually stacked with scrolls and ink pots, had been cleared save for a single item resting at its center, a wand. Not Harry's nor hers, but one older and heavier than most, its handle carved with ancient symbols, and its core still faintly humming with a power long suppressed. "The Elder Wand," McGonagall said, turning toward them, "returned to Hogwarts after Grindelwald's defeat. It has lain dormant in my keeping ever since, but I believe it responds to what has happened. It was part of Dumbledore's plan, and I believe it played a role in containing the hollow flame." Hermione stared at the wand with wide eyes. "If Dumbledore used the Elder Wand to create the seal, and that it may still carry a memory of the spell," McGonagall finished. "Not the spell itself, but its echo. That is why I believe it must be taken far from here, not locked away, not hidden in the Ministry's vaults, but returned to the earth where it belongs. This wand has caused too much pain." Harry stepped forward and looked down at the wand. He did not reach for it. He had touched it once, long ago, and even then he had known that it was not meant to be wielded. It was meant to end with him. "I'll return it," he said. "Not to any grave, not to any vault, but to the place where it will vanish, where no wizard will find it again." McGonagall gave a solemn nod. "So be it." And so, that evening, Harry left the castle quietly, with no farewell beyond a quiet glance backward at the towers that had watched over him since childhood. Hermione stood beside him as he walked the path to the edge of the forbidden forest, and together they climbed the ridge beyond the lake, where the land dropped into a glen known only to centaurs and storms. There, beneath the roots of an old ash tree, Harry placed the Elder Wand into the soil. No spell, no charm, just the earth closing over something the world no longer needed. The tree, as if understanding, whispered faintly in the breeze, and then the wind was still. As they returned to the path, Hermione glanced at him sidelong. "Do you ever wonder," she said, "what Dumbledore would have said if he'd lived to see this?" Harry didn't answer immediately. He let the silence stretch between them, watching the last of the daylight touch the edge of the lake with gold. "I think," he said at last, "he would have been proud that we ended it without more death, that we found another way." Hermione smiled faintly. "And that you're still terrible at explaining things." They both laughed, and the sound, light and unburdened, rose into the evening air like a charm against the dark. Back at the castle, students would return, lessons would resume, new names would be learned and forgotten, friendships made and broken, pranks played in corridors, and broomsticks raced across the sky. The magic of Hogwarts, ancient and enduring, would continue, stronger now for having been tested. And beneath its foundations, in a place where light once burned white, cool, and steady, there would be only silence and peace. In the weeks that followed, life at Hogwarts resumed its rhythm, though not without a lingering sense that something fundamental had shifted. The castle itself seemed to breathe easier, as though the great weight pressed into its ancient stones for centuries had at last been lifted. Staircases, once notorious for their temperament, moved with unusual cooperation. The suits of armor no longer groaned in their joints, and the ghosts, nearly headless Nick, the fat friar, even the ever-weeping Grey Lady, appeared less restless, their drifting paths no longer traced with echoes of unfinished fears. Students returned, their laughter filling the corridors once more. They spoke of strange weather during the term break, of flickering lights in the windows and owls flying in confused patterns above the forbidden forest, but none truly understood what had passed beneath their feet. The professors offered no explanations. The portraits remained curiously tight-lipped, and the only hint that something extraordinary had occurred was the subtle change in the headmistress herself, an added gravity in her gaze, a deeper stillness in her voice, as if she now carried a memory the rest of the world could not share. Hermione returned to the ministry soon after, resuming her duties with quiet diligence. She said little of the Hollow Flame, though she spent many late evenings in the Department of Magical Law, poring through ancient records in search of similar spells, those that sought to bind souls to magic, or that whispered promises through ink and fire. When pressed, she would only say that history must be guarded not just from the mistakes of others, but from the temptation to repeat them. Elric Vane, true to his word, retired fully from magical service. His last act was to seal a private collection of writings, notes, translations, sketches of the flame's structure, and the final record of Arcathane's broken name, and send them to the new librarian at Hogwarts, with instructions that they not be opened for another 100 years. He left no forwarding address, but word drifted through wizarding circles that he had taken residence in a quiet seaside village where the stars were bright and the wind carried no secrets. Harry remained at Hogwarts longer than expected. Though the crisis had passed, something in him was reluctant to leave. He found solace in small routines, walking the castle walls at dusk, visiting Hagrid's old hut, now empty but well kept, and spending hours in the library, not reading but listening. He found he could hear the castle better now, not in words, but in mood, in the warmth of a sunlit corridor, the quiet hush of the stone beneath his boots, the occasional creak that sounded not like age but amusement. It was during one of these solitary evenings, as he stood in the Allery watching the sun dip low behind the mountains, that McGonagall joined him. She carried 2 mugs of tea and handed him one without a word. For a while they stood in silence, the only sound the gentle flutter of wings and the soft coo of owls settling in for the night. "There is something," she said at last, "that I have been meaning to give you." Harry looked at her, surprised, but she was already reaching into her cloak. From within its folds she withdrew a folded piece of parchment, aged but intact, sealed not with wax but with a shimmer of magical thread. She held it out to him. "It's the last letter Albus Dumbledore wrote before he died. It was not meant for the Order, nor for the school, but for you. He gave it to me with strict instructions that it only be delivered when your name appeared on the parchment." Harry took it carefully, the thread dissolving at his touch. He opened it slowly, the ink still crisp, the handwriting unmistakably Dumbledore's. Elegant, meandering, and somehow alive. "Dear Harry, if you are reading this, then the chain has reached its end. I would have spared you this burden, but fate, as ever, is its own master. Know this, I did not bind the flame out of fear, but out of time. The spell needed more than I could give. It needed a soul not defined by conquest or ambition, but by mercy. A soul that would choose to end power, even when it was offered freely. I hoped it would be yours. I trusted it would be. Magic is not meant to last forever. Not all of it. Some spells are born of wounds and must be allowed to heal. You have done what I could not. You have brought peace not through triumph, but through understanding, and for that I am proud of you. There is one last truth I wish you to know. The flame was never meant to punish. It was meant to remember. And now it remembers you. With all my faith, Albus Dumbledore." When he finished reading, Harry said nothing for a long time. He folded the letter carefully and slipped it inside his cloak, not to hide it, but to keep it close. McGonagall placed a hand on his shoulder, firm and warm. "He believed in you more than he believed in anything." "I didn't always believe in him," Harry said quietly. "Not completely, not until the end." "That's the way of things," she replied. "Even legends must be doubted before they can become truth." That night, Harry walked the halls one last time. He passed the empty classroom where he had once taught Dumbledore's army. He paused beside the statue of the one-eyed witch that had once led to Honeydukes. He lingered at the gates, fingers brushing the cold iron as the wind carried the scent of grass and parchment and something older still, something grateful. He turned once, looking back at the castle. Then he walked forward. The parchment was gone. The spell was broken. But the story remained. Spring came late to the highlands that year. The snow melted in slow, thoughtful stages, and the first green shoots that pushed through the frost seemed hesitant, as though unsure the land was truly safe again. But with time, warmth returned, and with it the usual flurry of life within the castle and beyond. The students, oblivious to how narrowly their home had escaped a fate written in fire and name, bustled through lessons, exams, and whispered gossip in the library. Professors resumed their routines. Portraits resumed their arguments, and owls once more filled the skies with ribbons of parchment and the scent of breakfast post. Though the world had righted itself, and the flames beneath the castle had died away without leaving scorch marks or scars, those who had stood within the hollow flame knew the quiet had not come without cost. Something had changed in each of them, subtly but undeniably. For Hermione, it revealed a truth she had long suspected. That knowledge alone, no matter how vast, could not always solve the deepest puzzles. Some magics were meant to be felt rather than explained. For Elric Vane, it had offered an ending long overdue, a resolution to a lifetime spent chasing fragments of lost spells and broken names. But for Harry, the change went deeper. He had always lived with shadows, the kind that came with memory, the kind that whispered in the night when the rest of the world had gone still. But now those shadows felt quieter. Not gone, but settled, like a storm that had passed and left the sky washed clean. He no longer dreamt of falling through the veil or standing before Dumbledore at King's Cross. Instead, he dreamt of flame that did not burn, of parchment that turned to dust, not from rot, but from choice, and of a name, his own, written in light, not as an end, but as a release. One morning, nearly a month after the flame had vanished, Harry received a letter written in a sharp, economical hand. It bore the seal of the Department of Mysteries, though not from any unspeakable he recognized. The message was brief, but its tone was unmistakable. Mr. Potter, we have completed our investigation into the artifact known as the Parchment of Death. No trace remains in our vaults. All magical signatures have faded. The chamber where it was kept has collapsed inward, not by physical force, but by a withdrawal of power. We are closing our report. For the record, we are listing the object as lost. Unofficially, some of us believe it chose to leave. That final line made Harry smile, just faintly. Later that day, he found Hermione in her office at the Ministry. Books were stacked as always in precarious towers, and parchment trailed across her desk like a map without borders. She looked up, startled, as he entered. Still untangling magical law, are you?" he asked, glancing at the clutter with a grin. She gave a weary sigh. "They are trying to draft new restrictions on soul-bound artifacts. The usual panic, ere the fact nonsense. I've had to explain 3 times today that we don't have a complete model of the spell because it unwrote itself. They keep asking why we didn't capture it. Because it didn't want to be captured," Harry replied, picking up a scroll and rolling it back neatly. "You don't catch a story that ends, you just remember it." Hermione leaned back, rubbing her temples. "The thing that frightens me most is how easily it could have gone another way. If Arcathane had resisted, if you'd made a different choice, if we'd been slower or less prepared, the whole castle, maybe even more, would have been consumed. But it didn't happen," Harry said. "And maybe that's the point. Magic like that It tests you. It pushes you toward the edge, but it doesn't shove you. The choice is still yours." They sat in companionable silence for a time, the kind that only exists between those who have seen something together that the rest of the world will never understand. Then Hermione said, almost reluctantly, "There's one part I still don't fully grasp. The names, why they appeared, why yours appeared last." Harry looked down at his hands, then out the window, where the sunlight filtered through the glass in long, gentle beams. "I think it was looking for someone who would refuse. All the names before? Maybe they tried to use the spell, or feared it, or gave in to it. But I think it needed someone who would walk into the flame and say no. Not with hatred, not with pride, just understanding." Hermione watched him quietly, her expression unreadable. "And what if it hadn't listened?" He shrugged. "Then it would have ended differently. But I think that was always its choice, too." That evening, Harry returned to Grimmauld Place. The house was quiet, save for the occasional creak of stairs and the rustle of old curtains. The portrait of Walburga Black had been permanently silenced at last, thanks to a clever charm Hermione had adapted from Muggle soundproofing techniques. Creature had grown old and mostly slept in the kitchen, and the air, once thick with dust and bitterness, now felt warm and lived in. He went to the drawing room and opened a locked drawer in the far cabinet. Inside were a few items: the Marauder's map, long faded but still mischievous when tickled with a wand, a cracked two-way mirror that no longer glowed, and the folded letter Dumbledore had left him. He took it out again, smoothing the creases with care, and reread the last line. "It remembers you." He didn't fully understand what that meant, not yet. But he suspected that when the time came, when magic called again in some new form, the flame would remember, not him as a warrior, nor as the boy who lived, but as a boy who had once stood before a choice and chosen mercy. And perhaps that was enough. The year turned as all years do, from spring to summer, and the warm breath of July settled across the hills and towers of Hogwarts. The sun glinted from the lake in dazzling shards of gold, and the wind stirred gently through the tall grass along the forest's edge. Students had gone home. The halls were hushed, and the castle entered its summer slumber, watched over only by owls and portraits and the long shadows of memory. It was during this quiet season, when time itself seemed to pause in reflection, that Harry returned one final time. Not for duty, nor study, nor danger, but for something far simpler. He came alone. No ministry escort, no Auror cloak. He wore plain robes of light gray, his wand tucked at his side, and in his hand he carried a small leather-bound book. The gates, sensing him, opened without a word. The path to the castle was familiar underfoot, the stones warm from the sun, the air rich with the scent of pine and parchment. He passed through the courtyard, where the statues of past headmasters stood quietly in their niches, and into the entrance hall, where the high arches and fluttering banners greeted him like old friends. In the headmistress's office, McGonagall rose from her chair and offered him tea before he could ask. Her eyes, though still sharp behind their square spectacles, had softened with the years, though her presence remained unchanged, unyielding, deeply rooted like the foundations of the school itself. "I was told you might come," she said, setting 2 cups on the low table. "Firenze left a message with the centaurs, something about unfinished paths and stars that remember their watchers." Harry smiled faintly. "That sounds like him." They drank in companionable silence for a time, the fire crackling softly behind them despite the summer heat. Then McGonagall set her cup down and looked at him with a question not yet spoken. Harry opened the book. It was not a history of spells, nor a collection of famous duels. It was a journal, empty save for the first few pages. He turned it so she could see the first lines written in his hand. Here ends the tale of the parchment and the flame and the name that did not burn. She read the words and nodded once. You're writing it down, then? Not for the ministry, Harry said, and not for the records, just for those who might need it one day. A reminder that not all magic is solved with power or cleverness. Sometimes it's enough to say no, to choose stillness over fire. Her gaze lingered on him as if trying to decide whether he had truly come to the end of the story. And what will you do now? He looked past her, through the tall windows behind the desk, where the mountains rolled gently beneath the sky and the last of the sunlight caught the edge of the towers in a golden blaze. Live, I think, he said after a moment. Teach, maybe. Not spells, not how to fight, just how to listen. McGonagall's expression turned thoughtful. Then, perhaps, the parchment chose well after all. Before he left, Harry walked the castle one final time. He passed the room of requirement, which showed no door today, as though content to sleep until needed again. He wandered the charms corridor, where laughter once echoed from students learning to levitate feathers and trip over tongue twisters. He visited the library, where Madame Pince had long since retired, and the new library, a young witch with ink-stained fingers and a deep love of silence, nodded to him without speaking as he passed between the shelves. Last of all, he climbed the astronomy tower. The climb was slow, not from weariness, but reverence. The stairs wound tightly around the narrow tower, each step carrying him higher into the cooling air. When he reached the top, the wind greeted him like an old friend, warm and full of the scent of stone and sky. He stepped onto the balcony, rested his hands on the rail, and looked out. The world below stretched wide and deep. Forest, lake, castle, mountains, all bathed in the soft golden light of the setting sun. Somewhere beyond the trees, the path to the hollow flame lay sealed, the chamber beneath it empty, the parchment undone. No one would find it again. It had left no trace but memory. He drew the journal from his cloak and turned to a blank page. Magic, when young, asks only to be used. But magic, when old, learns to ask why. This story was never about death. Not really. It was about memory, about names and the weight they carry, about choices whispered across centuries. Dumbledore knew it, even if he could not finish it. Arcathane knew it, though he became the spell, and now I know it too. Let this be the last name written, not in fear, but in peace. He closed the book. As the sun dipped behind the peaks and the sky turned to twilight, Harry stood alone atop the highest tower of the school that had raised him, defended him, tested him, and, in the end, taught him how to let go. Below him, the lights of the castle flickered to life one by one, like stars answering the dark. And somewhere, far beyond parchment and prophecy, the magic that had once burned like fire now rested, quiet and remembering.